Yo, little salam. Oh, one second. I gotta grab some more water for my palate. Then we'll start. Chop you down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. So we got a few things that we can work on today. We got a couple of Gorbies. Got a Chaos Lord. I've got this Dark Oath. And we're just trying to figure out where we're going to start. I think I'm actually just going to come in with Fyreslayer Flesh. Pascal, my man. What's up? What's up? I was hanging out in I think it was Adventure Built Gaming stream yesterday, and ended up getting asked a couple questions about a couple painting techniques, and it gave me the thought that I was like, I should make sure I'm taking one day a week to demo techniques for people's if they want or need anything. So, if anybody has any like specific questions, color schemes you're working on but struggling with, or needs just a demonstration on how to go through something. Huh? Is that a thing? I don't know. I mean, I've always taught painting on stream, but teaching with a bit more intent. More so making it a thing where people can pop in and ask. Oh, Pascal, I got my flight booked, by the way, too. Flight is now booked and paid for. I got an email yesterday that there was a massive price dip in flights. So we're flying with KLM Dutch Airlines.
My, what lovely feet.
We're going to be flying KLM Dutch Airlines, and it was, I think, about 500 euros for the return flight, including baggage and seat selection. And it's direct flights. It's actually really weird. I leave the Netherlands at, I think, 3 p.m. on Tuesday, and I get back to Vancouver at 3:30 p.m. on Tuesday. So I'm in the air for 9.5 hours, or I'm in the air for just over 9 hours, but I'm only going to land about 30 minutes in the future. So I'm going to be super fucking disoriented getting off the plane. Yeah, that's how that works. It's just a 30-minute flight, right? Not 9 hours against the sun. But I've heard really good things about Dutch Airlines, or KLM. Considering, I mean, I've only ever flown WestJet and Air Canada, so it's not like I've got a great track record of, like, airlines that people speak highly of. And Marquis, I will start the exercise now that we're into ads. Still doable. But I felt 500 euros for or it ended up being, I think, 1950 return for the wife and I in Canadian. I also texted Jinx immediately as soon as I saw the price dip and told her to look at booking directly through the Dutch airlines because you guys also do tax in prices. So when it was like the $900, I got really excited because that was $900 with all my fees. Not touched a brush in 3 weeks. Let's do it. Let's see what you can do. 3 weeks. That's a long time for you to go without painting. It's been a few years since I've had that long off. Trying to think the last time I've taken more than a week off. Mark, you absolute stud. How are you doing? What is up, everybody? So I've got a few varying models. Not bad. How's the ceiling? Thankfully, they took the threat of arbitration pretty seriously. And by that, I mean my landlord didn't, but the property management company didn't. Or property management company, I think they knew how bad the repair of this building is, so they weren't really willing to risk it. So they overrode him, and it's getting inspected next week. Because he doesn't seem to think it's a big deal that the wall is taking water. Realistically, though, Mark, at the end of the day, the trick was that I just recorded him. Thankfully, due to one-party consent laws in Canada, one second. Thankfully, due to one-party consent laws, I can tell you what it's like dealing with. I can actually show you guys what it's like dealing with management in Canada. We've requested inspection numerous times for the damage.
I think your request is frivolous, is what I think.
No worries. Then I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Okay.
That's what I have to deal with, is being told my request is frivolous. So you got this nice fucking wibbly wobbling crack coming through all the way. Oh, and then here you guys can see.
Dan, you want to talk soft?
Look at that. You guys can watch me. There you go. You can see.
That's how fucking soft we're talking.
That's my ceiling, by the way, guys. If anybody wanted to know, me just going up there and pressing my thumb through it. But yeah, that's the trick is record the fuck out of everything. If you live somewhere where you are allowed to, whip your phone out and always record the conversations. You heard it here. Boneless said, whip it out. That's so safe. Why are you so worried? Morning, Pigments. Right, Mark? Right? Because look, I might not be a smart man or anything. I am, but I might not be. But I don't think ceilings are supposed to be that soft. You want to go to art school, you're clearly not smart. I bet it's all black mold on the other side. Don't tell me that, Mark. I know that's the case, but please don't tell me that. I don't want to have to move again immediately. And it just ripped. Great. That's the way transfers go still. It's So yeah, if anybody has any specific questions today or wants anything demoed, we are doing some of that today. If anybody has any questions, feel free to post them. Feel free to ask. I will do my best to help out. There are going to be things that are beyond my skill set. If you are, certain people's. Can you teach me NMM? Yes, actually I can. In the most simplest form, NMM is actually, I have a really, really, really good breakdown of it just on hand here, just because I knew somebody was going to ask me this today, Pascal. The fundamentals of NMM are quite simple. You're wanting to initially think of two things, your cones and your spheres. Now, sphere theory, cone theory is NMM in a nutshell, which is the idea of a surface that is going to be reflective. Now, what you're going to initially want to do is you're going to pick where the cones of light hit, so you get your initial circles of brightness, and then you want to follow your refractions with lines in the ways they would cast. Now, the lines and the shape of your refractions are always going to change based on the shape that you're looking at. So a rounded shape may actually have a rounded line of light. Now, this is not finished, but this is in the initial sketching stage. Now, the other thing to note is you're also going to need to have areas of extreme darks when you're doing your NMM, i.e., now, that's in the most rough stages. You can add more brightness to that, you add more darkness to that, you can smooth that out as much as you would like to. But non-metallic metal, that's the starting stage of that. Then, after a couple glaze coats, oh, look at this. That's actually the color it will turn into. You end up with that nice, smooth metallic red. See if I can get one that has a slightly better example for you here. I think this guy might have, I think that one's going to show it just a little bit better. Where then you can see as you smooth it down, you've got the areas of the utmost brightness catching at the very top. Lines, secondary refractions, areas of deep shadow. But one of the key things, if you've ever watched AC Minis paint, and it's a great thing people can learn from him, it was one of the best things that I picked up watching his streams, is that even the deep shadows on a metallic surface will still refract light. So while you do not want to go as bright as you would on, say, these highlights, you still want to have reflections and light refractions happening within the shadow. Your bounce lights, exactly. How to do bounce lights is a little bit... How to do bounce light is a little bit harder, but also not at the same time. Or just secondary light reflections. So, secondary light reflections like this, Pascal? Is that the kind of secondary light reflections we're thinking, or is it a different kind? So I can explain the process here as well. No, that's just OSL. No, it's not. It's 2 light sources. Because half the model is also in darkness. Or we've got a majority of the model in darkness, sun casting from one side, and a pink light casting from the other side, as if you don't have a green in total darkness, a pink would not refract this way against it, which is why we actually have to have this area following into... Oh yeah, we haven't finished the metal yet, that's 2. But the skin is not a metal, just as it does not behave. Exactly. But that's actually why I'm required to have 2 light sources for this one and have him coming out of darkness, which is essentially getting the 3 different lights. Because area of no light, area of pink light, area of sunlight. It's only as complicated as it needs to be. If you think of it as value sketching, then it's going to be a super simple process. And that's where I always think we should start when we're thinking about NMM. And I know, like, Pascal doesn't actually need this lesson, but he's wanting to see how I teach it. And I'm going through it. And that's really what it comes down to, is break it down into the most fundamental ideas. It does not need to be any more complicated than a value sketch that is also having a couple of reflections. The more complicated we make a concept, the harder it is to understand, the harder it is to learn, and the harder it is to get beginners to execute them. And that's one of the key things I've learned, is especially when I'm trying to teach like chromatic shadows or any of that kind of like paint mixing, getting into like when I do like, again, Munsell or Itten, is I don't explain to people if we're going to go through Munsell theory. I just tell them, look, this is a really cool way you can mix your colors. You know, sometimes your green doesn't look green enough because there's not enough orange in it. And people get their minds blown by stuff like that. And then you start teaching them how to think in that way. But the key, again, is always keeping it as simple as possible. Because the more complicated a concept, the more we avoid it. I was scared of wet blending when I first started painting. And I probably went 4 or 5 years before I actually ever attempted wet blending. What's up, Nemesis? Hope you're having a great day so far. I have a model specifically put aside today if you wanted to go over that like dry brush kind of zenithal black armor technique that I was talking about with you. But I do have a model put off to the side for that for you, if you want to go through that. That sounds good. Just give me a thumbs up when you're sat down, strapped in, and we can do that. Then again, we're going to go through essentially highlighting 101. So when you want to just learn the basics of how to take your model to that next level, especially for army painting, this is a technique I used a lot. Ready when you are? Excellent. Okay. I'm going to grab a Gorebeast. Gorebeasts can be like a blackish color, I think. Let me grab a... Do you have a dry brush? No, this is the original. Okay. So I'm going to grab my dry brush. And we've got this prime. It just so happens it's primed Chaos Black. It just so happens that I made sure to have a model primed in the exact same primer you're using too. So we're not even going to work up a base coat. We're going to work from primer. I'm going to grab my dry palette. I do not expect you to use a dry palette or to need a dry palette. Just Fenris Workshop sends me free shit, so I'm going to use the free shit they send me. So for you, you're going to want to get some paper towel. Do not use toilet paper. Toilet paper will rip and get particulate in your brush. My first color I'm going to go for is just a jade. Put that down on the brush or on my palette. So what? We're gonna load this up. We're gonna come in at quite heavy on this. Just bring the jade in over the skin. Don't worry about the shadowy areas or anywhere your dry brush can't really reach. Awesome. That means it's going to be in shadows. Okay. If you can't get the brush in there easily, or if you can't reach it with the brush, I know in a Space Marine it's a little easier, but think about like between the legs. Yeah, this is the original. This is Anti-Nowhere League. This is off Garage Inc. The entire album Garage Inc. is covers. And, you know, sometimes, oh, look, I went a little too heavy. That's fine. We can work with that. We can work with that. Okay. Now, I'm going to go for a bit of a fleshy, softer gray. So I'm going to make one little difference here, okay? So for you, with the Black Templars, once you have them kind of dry brushed up like this, you can either use... So, like, I would use Bright Jade as the next color, and I would do a very, very careful dry brush. I'm not going to use Bright Jade because that's not the color I need for this. I'm going to be using a bit of basic skin tone because I want to create a weird fleshy undertone so we can get that nice established color. So without cleaning your dry brush, Nemesis, dip into your next color. So for me, again, I'm using that fleshy tone. This one very lightly. You can use small circular motions just at the areas where, again, you think some light might catch. So focus this towards the top half of the model. Don't hit anything below. So if you're doing the Space Marine, this step doesn't go to his legs, okay? So now you're not touching his legs. You're doing the upper half of the Space Marine only. So everything above the hips we're going to do with this. And that nice light dry brush. Pop in your details. And then we can go one more, okay? So now you're going to go with your absolute, you could use like a light color, a gray, whatever you want to use. I'm going to use the pure flesh tone this time. Or I'm going to go even fleshier. This time, you're getting the very top of the Marine. So this is going to be everything above the Aquila. So now focus top of the packs, the jetpack, helmet, everything above the Aquila. And this one is a super light circle motion, like such, okay? Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, Boneless, we're painting black right now. Why did we just paint this whole thing blue? It's because, well, we want it to be interesting. But we also want it to go fast. So we want something, because again, you want to get a whole army of this done, right? You don't want to be sitting around, fucking around all day long. But you mentioned that you're ready to try and, you know, get to that next bit of a next level. And this is that first step that we're going to go through. Next up, we're going to grab our contrast paint. I'm going to use Basilicanum Gray. It's a... Oh! Whoo! Huh? Y'all see that? Non-metallic metal. I've already done non-metallic. We'll do some really quick. I'll do fine. I will knock out super fast. Oh, no Mana Man. Right, sorry. I got to that. I was like, fine, I'll do some fucking Animam. It's still flicking for some reason. Despite resealing the lid. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. haven't heard this one in a long time. I honestly forgot this was in my playlist. No worries, dude. Do what you must. I'm gonna be here for a while. It's currently 10:30 in the morning, so it is, you know. Where did I put my size? That brush that I like. There you are. Get over here. So next up, we're gonna load up some contrast. So you're just gonna take the black contrast now. Pull this over everything that you just dry brushed, okay? Now, I have my Basilicanum Gray thinned out a bit in the pot because I do find the color can be a little overpowering. So if it looks like mine is going on thinner than yours, it probably is. So if you might want to consider doing the same, is just add a nice little squirt of water into the pot. I find most contrast paints need that. They're great little color shifts, ways to get a little extra color in the model, ways to do really fast painting. But I also will say that some of them can copy stain really badly, so if you make them a bit thinner, you can work away from that issue. Now we're going to let that dry, and I'm going to ask you really quickly, does that still read as blue, or is that starting to read as black? Give that a moment to dry. We can dry brush it again. I'm going to do this one once it's dried with the flesh tone again to get more of that fleshy color into it, and then we'll hit the contrast over it one more time. There you go. Fast black armor. That will get you super fast black armor with a bit more visual interest to it than if you just, you know. And how long did that take us? How much time do you think that's going to add to the overall process? That's what I love about doing it that way. Nemesis is, and also I got to start some shout outs soon. So for anybody, again, first one in, if you don't know him, Mr. Pascal Ruse. What was I doing? There we go. Now I need to wait for the water to dry. I just shouted you out, that's all. Was saying if you're not following the legendary Pascal Ruse, highly recommend you do so. Yeah, I'm excited. We got my flights booked last night. And it's like the cheapest. Close your eyes. I woke up early to try and start taking my meds early enough that they kick in before I start streaming. So if I seem more regulated this morning than usual, I'm on this new system where I've taken my ADHD meds about 2 hours before I went live instead of 10 minutes before I went live. It seems like I'm like able to think and actually find things. That's why. We'll go out with a Shente. Winning. Yeah. I know how I know how that one goes, Pigments. And now we're going to come in and just start working on the white cloak a bit. Why? Because I have the ivory out. And because I love showing off that painting white is actually secretly easy. The trick is just don't paint it white. The trick to white is don't ever paint something white. It'd be funnier if I wasn't joking, right? Excuse me. I don't want to... Oh man, I'm excited. I gotta make my doctor's appointment though. I don't want to put it off, but I don't want to make it too early before the flight, but I also don't want to bring it too close to. But I also, I also got to see how the work stuff pans out because I gotta. If I can book a few extra jobs, I might do an extra con or two this year. You know where to find me. We're gonna get that nice creamy white armor. Excuse me. Bring a bit more of the white in on the shield. Thinking about our circle theory right now. Get that nice cone of light. Keeping it as simple as we can. Good day, Tonklix. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Not quite morning, little early afternoon, but Ordered the new Armageddon box, so I'll have tons of orcs to work on. Hell yeah. Dude, I love painting orcs. Actually, I should follow up with that guy really quickly and ask if he has... I was gonna say, you're about 3 hours ahead, so... But, really quickly... There we go. Sorry about that. I'm hoping box kicks for a bit when I can afford. Nice. Kind of pinky. Ooh, that'll be fun. Sorry about that. I just needed to reply to again. Somebody asked me about doing either a Cathay or an Orc army for them, and I just needed to email them or message them and be like, "So, did we make a decision?" Not to sound desperate, but Daddy needs his money. Daddy needs to get paid. I just watched a closed paint literally reopen itself across the room, and I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. I do remember to close my paints. Validation. Just be like, in my professional opinion, you should do both. No. In my professional opinion, yes, but I mean, in my personal opinion, I gotta be careful to not I gotta be careful to make sure people don't feel pressured. Because that's not what I'm about. It's not supposed to be like a high pressure sales thing. It's supposed to just be a... Yeah, exactly. That's why I also offer payment plans. I've done one of those. I did to do that with the Thousand Suns actually, because that was a pretty big job. And that was 2,000 points of... No, it was 2,000 points of non-metallic. It was an expensive job. So... But it also took a couple months to do, so it was kind of one of those things where I was like, okay, well, we can do a payment plan, and I'll just, ideally, right around when I finish it, you should be done paying for it, and then I'll ship it. The thing to note about a payment plan, I don't ship until it's fully paid for. That is one important detail of that. So when I do payment plans or when I have done them, I'm not shipping it until it's fully paid. I do not have the capacity to track people down overseas to get them to pay for stuff. Exactly. Honestly, the Thousand Sons, I will not, unless it's for CJ again. If he's the only person who I will do that project for again, I'm not taking on any new Thousand Sons NMM clients. If he reached out to me again, asking me to, add on to his army or something, I would absolutely do it for him. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how he felt because like he never complained, but he 100% ghosted as soon as it was paid up and he received the army. I received it and then nothing. I like followed up and I was like, "How do you like it all?" Nothing. Yeah, I gotta make that doctor's appointment for the trip soon because that's my last step. Yeah, and honestly, that's exactly how it is, Tong. It's like they never complained. There was no angry Reddit post saying don't hire Studio Boneless, and it was a client that I got off of Reddit, so trust me, if they weren't satisfied, that Reddit post would have existed. I met them on Reddit. So yeah, it was one of those ones where I'm like, I was pretty confident that if I did badly, they would just make there would be a post about it. So I know they're satisfied. I know they're happy. It's just always that like on a job that size and for that kind of price, you really just want that confirmation that's like, hey, like this was, not cheap. So I got a question for anybody in here then. Does anybody you got yeah, exactly. That was part of it too, is that like it was a really big project. I worked on it for quite some time and I was like really at the time I was really proud of it. Nowadays it's unfortunate because I look at it and I just see what I could have done differently. But that is something that I've been told will happen in commission painting and I just have to accept that I will constantly be in a position where I look at my old work and I'll be like, I just see the mistakes now. But that's one of the other things too, is you don't actually need to look at your old work, you just need to produce work. Weird concept, but you don't actually have to look at your old work, you can just produce it. Just keep going, just keep looking forward. I think the only project I ever got like attached to was my Bretonnian army, or the Bretonnian army. See, I don't mind Tong because at the end of the day, it just means that like people enjoy my artwork so much that people that like literally I like to think of it as now my art is getting seen by even more people because it's not just me playing with the toys I paint, but the toys I paint are going out to numerous people and being seen by varying people. So now I'm not the only one enjoying them, but multiple people get to enjoy them, and that's kind of That's where I get mine from that. Like I have my stuff that I keep for myself, obviously. Like Blood Bowl, I do a lot of skirmish games for myself. Necromunda. But I like the fact that when I sell an army, it doesn't just make that person, it doesn't just make me happy painting it. It makes the person who owns the army happy that they have a painted army that they get to enjoy and play with. And again, if you've ever played at a gaming store and somebody busts out a really nicely painted army that all looks really good, it's all super cohesive, they're based all in unison, that's a really fun game to play. Have you ever entered the Rusty Nurgling or Golden Demon? No. If I can book 5 commissions between now and September, sorry, 5 armies between now and September, which is a huge challenge. I will be going to Spiel, but or I'll do Golden Demon Europe this year, but I do not think that I think Golden Demon is probably going to be next year because I would like to go with my stepdad. As it would be nice to go with him to if I'm going to go to Deutschland, I'd like to go with him. Adventure Build. Welcome. Really enjoyed your stream yesterday. It was a pleasure to it was really fun to pop in and hang out for a bit. If anybody does not know Adventure Build Gaming, he is a fellow Canadian who does miniature painting, army building, Mordheim, Warhammer. Was working on some squigs last night, and your squigs looked absolutely badass. Dude, I love squigs, and I love that you're sitting there like putting the effort in to actually make them look like. I think you know this because like the squats, or sorry, the grots and the squigs have way too much character in them for the fact that everybody just quickly throws a base coat on them, and because they're essentially a throwaway unit. But the sculpts are so good, and it was really nice to see you actually giving them the love that they deserve and not just treating them like a throwaway unit. Like, those are probably some of, like, your grots were some of the best looking grots I've seen, because nobody actually paints their grots. Okay, I'm gonna grab a bit of orange here just because it's a good color for hair, and because we want everybody to know that she's evil. And if you ever need people to know that, the woman in your painting is evil, you just give her orange hair. Everyone, it's a sign. Everyone will know. Fact of life. Orange hair, evil. Take it from the guy who has a ginger beard. And Nemesis, I will throw you a shout out as well in just a second. I got excited. Adventure Built came in and just like jumped the queue for a second there, so I apologize about that. But yeah, it was that was awesome. And I really enjoyed the way those squigs were turning out, and I felt a little guilty when you were like, "Oh, ask Boneless," and then I like started explaining, and then I was like, "I think I might be taking over the chat a little bit," so then I was like, calls for a duel. Don't apologize. I won't. It's not a big deal. We're nobody in here gets frustrated with each other like that. But yeah, it was one of those ones where I just had that moment where I was like, I need to make sure I'm not taking over the chat. So I was like, I'm just gonna anything beyond that we'll do DMs on. But we went through and just showed off that quick recipe for black on the skin. And the nice thing is again, it reads as black, but interestingly. Thursday. The rest of the hair. Dang, that looked good. What, you don't like staring into the void? I mean, I do like staring into the void. But if you want to duel, I highly recommend you check out Prof Wisteria, as she is a Yu-Gi-Oh coach. One of my mods is also a Yu-Gi-Oh coach. Here are my grots. Absolutely, it's okay to share. In fact, I'm going to pull them up on screen because I want people to see what I was talking about. Oh, that was not the grots, but we're going to show that one off too, because that's still really fun. And also, you know the way to my heart is more time. I'm going to pull up. If you're not following Adventure Built on Instagram, look at that. Look at that. Look at the City of the Damned. Tell me it's not one of the best gaming systems Games Workshop ever released. Oh, Porheim commented on that too. Badass. Yeah, these ones. These are the ones I'm talking about, though. They're so much fun. Went in, got the eyes and the teeths and all the... You even drilled out the gun barrels. Like, you even bored out the gun barrels on these little guys. So, again, if you guys aren't following Adventure Built Gaming, that's so rad. Oh my god. So it is generally a thing in every single game. Every single gaming group seems to have their off-brand store that exists. The Speedy Mart, I love. In my D&D group, we have a restaurant that is titled Dinny's, spelt with an I. And there's also iSlop. So it makes me laugh really hard that I was like, it's every gamer, every gaming group has that, like, the real restaurant that they just slightly changed the name of for their... That's fucking awesome, man. Those are all pewter? Those are the pewter grots? But yeah, those I love Necromunda. It is again one of the baselines for the game I've been working on. Got another several pages of concept art done and another few pages of rules done, although my plan of having it ready for this year is probably off the table. I have not gotten anywhere near enough alpha testing done. I know it plays and it's functional, but that's really... Oh. Do you have the Gorka Morka box, Adventure Built? Because I'm just letting you know, if you have the Gorka Morka box, next time I have a layover in Yegg, you know, I'll try and get myself like a nice little 6-7 hour layover so we can get a game in. Because that is a very popular stopping destination. But like Gorka Morka is one of the games, like one of the game systems I would like go through TSA. I would go through airport security a second time to play a match of. I've always wanted to play Gorka Morka. It's fucking so much fun. I know Ginge isn't super into like the Warhammer stuffs, but I think you could get him into Mordheim or Gorka Morka no problem, because it's not wargaming, right? And before I forget, our boy Nemesis needs a shout out. He is an amazing person, painter, and streamer. So make sure you're showing the love and support that he deserves. I'm working on Rangers of Shadow Deep. I love old school minis. And I love the old box games. I don't know what it like the old like the old box sets and the old box games and the old specialist games that they used to come out with were so good. I got my eyes open for a couple things while I'm in Eindhoven. So now that I'm doing my convention tour, I've explained to my wife that there's only 2 boxes I'm actually like really, really on the lookout for. Three. If I can find an original Mordheim box, if I can find an original I was gonna say the OG Necromunda box would be rad, but the OG Mordheim box, the OG Gorka Morka box, or the Rogue Trader, was it the first edition or the second edition launch box? I cannot quite remember which. We all know the one I'm talking about. There was never a first edition. Okay, yeah. So it was the second edition launch box. With all the OG Rogue Trader stuff in it. Yeah, it's the second edition for you know the one. It's a every single. There we go. Got the bit on the shield there. And get the bit on the chest. Also, we got to see Propagandhi last year, and they put on an excellent show. But yeah, the second edition box is, I'm going to be looking for that one while I'm at the vendor hall. I mean, so is everyone, but if I can get my hands on that one, the OG Mordheim box, mostly because I want the I want the actual rule book for Mordheim. That's a big part of why I want that. Because the rule book has everything that I would need to then just play with any fantasy models. I have a copy of the Mordheim book. I'm jealous of that. I am jealous of that. I've only ever seen PDFs of it. And then again, Adventure Built, there's the flip side as well. A lot of the people here don't fully understand that, like, a lot of this stuff just never made it to Canada. So we, like, while some stuff it's funny, like there's certain models I've talked to some of the Euros about, and they're just like, why does that seem to be such a big deal? And I was like, okay, that like maybe you don't know that it was never released in North America, so the only versions of it that exist out here were ones that were brought in suitcases. There's a lot of cool stuff that just never made it to Canada. So, or when it did make it here, it was in way more limited quantities, or it was way more limited runs. I found it in like 2006, just at White Night on White. In White app. What is it? The in White Ave. I think it was back 2016 was the last time I was there. We went to was it Filthy McNasty's? The punk bar on White Ave? I think it was Filthy McNasty's we got to see Daglow's at. We also saw Daglow's and DOA perform down in Red Deer at the International Beer House. And Lethbridge. We were in Lethbridge. I was in Lethbridge doing door to door once, and that's where one of my coworkers got a shotgun pulled on him. Only place any of us ever got a gun pulled on us was in Lethbridge. I mean, doing door to door, that is. It's not the only time anybody I know has had a firearm drawn on them. There we go. Yeah, see lots of that now. Just don't go out. I don't go out because it means I have to leave my house, and I can't paint miniatures when I'm doing that. The hermit lifestyle is just built for some of us. Oh, fuck. Oh, are we back from ads yet? No. Miss clicks. I only go out to play D&D. Oh, that's something important to know, guys. After SMC, Sunday streams will be going back to being not a thing. We will be going back to regular Saturdays just because SMC after I get back from SMC, D&D on Sundays starts again. There we go. We are doing a Rifts campaign. We've been playing Rift. But we use we're not playing Rifts exactly. We use Rifts as our world setting because the actual game of Rifts by Palladium is pretty fucking terrible. But it's a really, really great setting. There's so many lore books. It's really great to use as a setting. We play Mutants and Masterminds as our role-playing game. Or so we use Mutants and Masterminds as our rule set because it's super easy to convert into pretty much any game system. My last character was Horb, who was chaotic evil. It was I'm not sure if you've seen the movie Heavy Metal from 1984, the animated film. Horb was just essentially the Lochnar, which is literally a glowing... I was a glowing orb that was the embodiment of evil. It was a fun character. I retired the character at the end of the season because we got through our like prologue-y stuff, and once we were done it, I kind of like everybody in the party was just like they all loved the character. Adventure Built, one of the guys in my party loves it so much. He is a credited designer. If you have the book that has the Odin mech in it, you will find his name. His name shows up in the description for design credit for the Odin mech. But one of the guys in my gaming group literally designed that. I can text him and ask really quick. Let me DM him. Let's see if he responds. We will see if he replies. But yeah, so we love Rifts, but the mega damage system just isn't fun. Is it the Northern Gun Book? Let me double check that really quickly because I could probably Google the answer here. Palladium. I'm not on the forum. Do I have to add the word Palladium? Palladium Games that does it? Yeah. No, my God, there's so many source books. It's probably Northern Gun as well because we're also Northerners. We used we used Canada as one of our last settings. The last game ended in Calgary. But yeah, so Horb, because he was so destructive, I retired him at the end of the season because we finished up our prologue-y stuff, and the DM like was like, okay, so like I'm releasing you guys into actual like Rifts world now, so like you gotta understand that like there's gonna be consequences for actions. And I kind of looked at everybody and I just went like I literally did The Simpsons. I have to go. My planet needs me. And then handed the DM my character sheet. And I just told everyone, I was like, dude, like I loved playing Horb. I know you all liked Horb. But my decision making will get everybody else killed. And I don't really like, I'm okay if I get my player characters killed. Like, I think it's fucking hilarious. I go through characters like every time I have an idea for a ridiculous character, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. But the problem with that is that not everybody Well, I don't want to kill everybody. And I was making like decisions again based on what the character would do. So almost every instance was like, because he was extremely intelligent and he was an inventor, and I took essentially perks, and everything was based around my ability to turn random bullshit into random bullshit. So like I ended up finding a dupe, and like I ended up we were doing one mission, and we found out that they were putting goblins through a duplicator. To which then I rolled a 20 on converting the duplicator for my personal use, and the first thing I did with it was I put a bag of holding into the duplicator, and then put the bag of holding inside the other bag of holding, and then threw it at the enemies. That's the kind of destruction, the first thing I was like, I have a duplicator, let's put a bag of holding inside of another bag of holding. It's like after we killed the boss, it was like we're looting them and going through the robot's components, and the DM mentions that it was nuclear powered, and I was like, can I turn it into a nuclear device? And he was like, I mean, you can roll for it. I had I gotta be clear about this session, because my DM also got kind of mad about the fact that in person he watched me roll. 63 more than 60% of my rolling that day was nat 20s. He was like, again, he was just getting like, he was like, how do you keep making the worst decisions possible and then just nat 20ing your way out of them? See, my DM would let you do it, and he was like, all right, fuck it, show me a nat 20. You want to be an idiot? Show me a nat 20. And yeah, he used to hate, still does, the fact that like I can throw a 20 pretty much. We call our games 20s and 1s because those are the only two numbers that exist on my die. I have a 20-sided die that can only seem to land on 20 or 1. That's we literally call our games 20s and 1s. It's a 50-50 chance. You either roll a 20 or a 1. Firefly RPG at a convention, pre-gens. So my next, so Horb is, we also did the Christmas special where Horb got to kill Santa. That was fun. He was going to release a virus on the city that turned everybody into reindeers. To which then we killed him and stopped that. And then Horb decided to release the reindeer virus into the city's water supply anyways, just because he thought it would be funny. So after we stopped Santa from destroying the city, Horb decided, I'm going to do it anyways. My punishment was I got sent into some dungeons and I had to go and fix the system PCs for everybody, to which then I just kept sending out mass emergency alerts where it was just Goatsy. So everybody would get like the emergency alerts on their phones and take them out, and they'd look at it and it would just be Goatsy. And I kept causing everybody in my party to take psychological damage. You see why Horb just wasn't really a long-term fit. So now we're going as Boris, the Cyberman. If you guys want to see a diagram, I've done a little bit of concept art for him. It's not finished or anything, but I can show you my newest character that we've designed. I have a lot of the Palladium books. Dude, the Palladium books are so good for just like honestly ideas. If you're ever running a campaign, if you like, they're just such good idea books. I found that every idea they had was great, They just kind of struggled with execution more than anything. But again, like if you know how to convert systems or anything, you can use them as lore books. You can use them as the world you're playing in. You can be like, okay, well, this is the type of like this is what the thing we're fighting is. They make really great lore books. We find just the actual system doesn't work great. However, then you work in something super simple like Mutants and Masterminds, where you can literally create anything because it's about trying to create any kind of superhero, which goes from like giving them stupid abilities and stupid powers, right? So yeah, it works really well, and it allows for a fun power scaling where then you can be non-mega damage creatures but still fighting mega damage creatures. We'll go through my D&D book. You guys can see some of my characters. Yes. We cannot forget my juicer. This was my juicer. This was regular Jeff, my mech pilot. This was the pot. I didn't finish this one, but we had a pot smoking Sasquatch in the party. He was psychic, so that was the stoner psychic Sasquatch. Unfinished tech wizard farmer that I started up apparently too. Random ass robot that Horb built. Here's when I converted Santa's sleigh. That was when I converted Santa's sleigh into a giant mech. Here's, again, I think you guys saw this one on Instagram, but this is an upcoming sticker. I'll be handing this one is available for free at SMC. And where is it? I have my most recent one. Yes, and then we have my most recent character, Boris the Cyberman. What do you think? He's part man, part beaver, part bear, part robot. Also, he can shoot eye lasers. The Dead Rain setting is a lot of fun. I'd like to do Cyberpunk as my setting. I love creating terrible character ideas, running them for a few sessions, and being like, "All right, I'm bored. You can die now." That's kind of where the idea came from. Okay. I'm gonna throw a little bit of my basic skin tone down. And God, that paint is so jelly. I'd love to play in the Shadowrun setting. I'm not a Shadowrun fan. One of my friends is. Like one of the guys that in my group that does DMing is really into Shadowrun. I don't care for the Shadowrun setting because I don't really care for the anthropomorphic animals and stuff like that. But I like Cyberpunk's setting. Or I like the Cyberpunk Red setting. And I like that it has really good role-playing tools for the DM as well. But I've talked on stream before that I've got an idea for a Cyberpunk campaign. Like, I've had a really good idea for a Cyberpunk campaign for a while. 2020 is a good one too, Mark. Yeah. But I want to do a campaign essentially in the style of the Carl Urban Judge Dredd movie, where it's literally the campaign starts with the players on the ground floor of a mega building where something's going wrong and they're being sent in as mercs to get up to the top floor, having to, it essentially gives me it's essentially playing the Wizard's Tower, right? Like that, the trope obviously is Wizard's Tower. You get 200 floors of exactly, Mark. It uses the Wizard's Tower, Game of Death, that type of setting, or that essentially trope. But I think it would be really fun to play through, because as you just have to write and create the story of, like, okay, as you're going up, you're finding out who's controlling who, getting more and more of the, oh, what gangs are involved here, oh, we're just coming through. It's here's the thing. I would be open to trying it. I mean, Rifts isn't really my thing either, but we have fun playing it because it's the setting that my friends really like. I prefer low fantasy as my typical setting. You know, um, my favorite is like low magic campaigns. I find magic becomes too hand wavy to solve problems, and I can't suspend my disbelief well enough to be like, why didn't we just, X, Y, Z from the very get go? I enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3, like, it was good, but there were points where it was like a bit much. That being said, Baldur's Gate 3 was a dating sim, first and foremost. Yeah, and that's just it. Most groups don't typically like running low magic campaigns. You might find some people that do, and it's awesome when you do because they'll all play really well together. But it can be very hard to find multiple people who are all like enjoying that setting. But I have my setting. It takes a lot of inspiration from Mordheim and other tabletop games I've played. the idea is to have both co-op and or cooperative and competitive play. So that required me to tweak the setting a little bit, but I think it's a fun idea. And you know, if as soon as I start getting into like lore, it gets into like you can very clearly tell where the Mordheim inspiration comes from. As the idea is essentially that I've come up with for the world setting is that there's been a large war going on for several years in one province or one country, and then about 3 years in, or about in the partway into the third year, a shout out Jinx, welcome in Jinxie. Essentially the idea is a comet hits and causes a bunch of crazy shit to start going on in the city. Because there's been, you know, like, or in the area, which the people don't know that the comet's what's causing it, of course. So there are groups setting out trying to mine it, trying to do different stuff with it, fighting over it, but simultaneously, where the pieces of the comet are being brought back to are causing things to go fucking weird and corrupt, and yeah. And then simultaneously as well, in the area where it impacted and where the war had been going on for several years, it's causing the dead to raise. So essentially you have small groups and small war bands of people both fighting amongst each other to try and claim claim parts of the city, to help their factions out, to do the mining operations. You know, again, that's where the Mordheim part kind of comes in a bit. And then you've got the cooperative aspect, which is pulled into then you can also do ones where it would be multiple people playing together, you know, as they're like, oh, look, zombies. Welcome in, Jinx. So it's trying to find a way to incorporate, you know, the lower fantasy, the higher fantasy, ways to have it cooperative, ways to have it play with multiples. Hope you're having a great day, Jinx. I paid for my flights yesterday. I paid for my flight yesterday. Still chilling in bed. Nice. I was gonna mention the advantage to booking directly through like a Dutch airline is they have to give you the taxes in prices ahead of time. So if you book on the KLM website, the number that it shows you, that's what it costs. You'll have to pay for your seat selection, but beyond that, it was 850 Canadian for my flight return. And that's direct flight. No layovers. Which I was personally pretty happy with, seeing as it cost me 600 and 850 a piece. But it's, again, consider I just spent 660 Canadian to get myself to Vegas. So it's only $190 more to get myself to Amsterdam. And as mentioned, if we can book a couple more jobs between now and then, I might go to LVO as well. I'd love to go to LVO as well. Get the edge highlight on the shield. That's painting really fast and really easily. I do need a blunt right now. The song's right. Sorry, Both of Us is 1900. Or 1850, sorry. So it cost 1850 to get both of us there with flights, fees, and we picked seats. So we get to sit together. And that's Bags. I'm not going to spoil it because I know what he's doing. But yeah, I was really surprised because the next cheapest flight that we could find was 1600. Everything else went up in price except for one that dropped. So we're just like, I'm not reading that one out loud, Pascal, but I'm also not screening it. Hell yeah, good for them, Manaman. So did I tell you guys about how I wasn't able to get Taco Bell because it was closed for a wedding? All 3 times I tried to go there. Also, I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but in Vegas, you can actually rent out a whole ass Taco Bell for a wedding. I saw 3 different couples get married at Taco Bell. So many people got married at Taco Bell that all 3 times I tried to get Taco Bell, I couldn't due to different weddings. It's the universe telling you not to eat Taco Bell, or it's the universe telling me Taco Bell is so good I should have a wedding there. And I will be 1 moment. I just need to have a quick pee break. Actually, I'm going to refill my coffee while I'm up too. Hell yeah. One second, I gotta go. I missed some comments there. Taco Bell. Build up a resistance to eating it over the years. I've been doing some ups, some downs, and downs, weathering through the end of the year stuff. Right. Yeah, that's most teachers I know tend to have that right around this time of year. Do you do summers off, or do you ramp up your courses or your painting courses during the summer? Do you what now? Because I know that like you're obvious as a teacher with summer break coming up. I was asking, do you increase the amount of private painting lessons that you teach going into the summer season, or do you like have like a different job that you work for a few months of the year? Like I don't know, just asking what your how you go about it, or if it's different to how it is in Canada. Because here teachers get fired every year, or they get laid off every single year. Summer break will means I'll have loads of time for hobby, and how that is planned is all up to chance. Ooh, good to note. Mostly, I was just giving you a chance to plug whether or not you're gonna have slots open. But yeah, okay. That's good to know too. But also, yeah, that is rad. That you will have the extra time to hobby because I want more hobby time. I want more actual like hobby time. And I know you guys probably are like, but Boneless, you literally paint and hobby more than anybody I've ever met. And while you're correct, that is true, I don't get to do it for myself as much as I would like. Ooh. I have a couple of cheeky edge highlights. They don't need to be perfect or anything, just enough to give that like impression of color shift. It's not like I'm swamped right now with requests. People don't need to know that. I'll let you in on a secret of doing art for business. Doesn't matter how many clients you have, you only have 2 open slots. Doesn't matter how many open slots you have, you've only got 2 open slots. that's the secret to doing this. I'm not. I know, Pascal. I'm kidding around. I do need to do something interesting with these bootsies though, because they are. What I have to say to that. Bringing some of this kind of fleshy wash over the fur on the boots. Boots with the fur, The beer is gone. That's no good. The beer is not all gone here. Mostly because it's all non-alcoholic, so like it's they last a while. Corona Zeros kick ass. I had the de-alcoholized Corona while I was in Vegas, like the 0.5%. Those ones suck. Those were disgusting. Corona Zeros, though, kick ass. Non-alcoholic Coronas, disgusting. Those of you that don't know, the difference between a zero and a non-alcoholic is that zero means it uses a non-alcoholic brewing process. De-alcoholized means they cook the liquor out of it, which ends up making it taste very bitter at the end because they just have to boil the shit out of it. Time for a whiskey for Master Pascal. Hello, Mimir. Drink and fight some more. It's part of me that, like, next time I do SMC, maybe I should see if I can book myself a kickboxing match in Holland as well. Well, I'm in Holland, you know, like because you guys, it's your sport. It's your guys' sport. Kickboxing is not really a thing over here. I love it. I loved doing it. I loved my Taekwondo. I loved doing Muay Thai. I loved boxing, and kickboxing has always been my jam. And every time I think about it, I'm just like, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Then I remember I'm getting old, and I really probably shouldn't. As much as I think a lot of people would enjoy watching me get knocked the fuck out. The problem is that I block with my face. That's always been the problem, is that I tend to block with my face. And in regular boxing, you can get away with that a little bit. In kickboxing, you cannot get away with blocking with your face. I'm gonna just introduce a bit of Volupus Pink into the model because it's boring. Or the flesh is kind of boring me right now. And I want to bring something in. I don't know. Just something into it. I've tackled the planet plenty of times with my face. Nope. Take that off that. Ooh, that is quite nice. Bringing that very, very, very small amount of magenta in. Hey, boys, do you want me to open the curtain for you? Because I can just do that. In a second. Also, love this song. Sorry, the cats wanted to play with the curtains. And I was just like, if you just want to look out the window, I'll open the window. And I'm just glazing the tiniest amount of magenta into the skin just to make it interesting. Because right now, it's kind of boring. And this is a actual proper glaze. We are using translucent paint on top of the fact that it is extremely thin. Look at that. Look at that. It smooths everything out, gives us that nice little bit of color and warmth while taking almost no effort. Hold it over the face too. Bring that warmth, bring that life. There we go. It's looking good fast. Thank you. Just focusing on keeping it really simple, you know? Nice. See if I can get the face to focus. I'll see if I can get it to focus up a bit closer so you guys can get the big video. Let's do y'all see what it looks like. Ah, no. Let's keep that. There we go. So when we get up close, as you guys can see, really focused on just kind of relying on where the natural shadows would fall to get that visual interest. But introducing the magenta was very important because we used the same color recipe for the skin as we did for the white cloth. So you'll see kind of the problem that we run into is without the pink, that doesn't read as white. Also, excited to show this off is where is he? I got the basing done on one of the Chaos Warriors, so you guys can also get the test of how they turned out. And I don't think any of you have actually like gotten to see, because I keep saying, trust me, bro, trust me, bro, trust me, bro, on how they look good. And I know I got green on him there, which kind of sucks, but I'll go back and clean that up. But we got 32 that, look like this. And I think that's pretty rad. Same thing. I could get in there and clean that up a little bit, but and there you go. You get it how I was showing, how it was the ground cracks, and you end up where it looks like it's ground's breaking and coming through with slime underneath. Also, lastly, didn't get to show these guys off on stream either. We finished the other Blood Bowl team. There are the Skellies in black armor with pink clothes and flames. I think most of us feel that way, Pascal. I I don't think I would go back into the dating pool anytime soon afterwards. What the fuck just happened to the lighting? It's better. The fuck was that? Yeah, that's pretty much. I think all of us feel that way. I didn't like I never enjoyed dating. I never enjoyed the dating process because it was always like I'm too autistic for the first few dates. Like you got to understand that like I'm an acquired taste and I don't have enough of a filter to usually get past that second date. Usually by the second date is when they're going, "You know what? He seems to just say the first thing that comes to mind at all times." Oh, I did the whole dating thing when I was younger. Hey, I wish I had my way. Everything would be fine. I get past dating. It's the life building out the. Oh God, Pascal, we're there right now. We're at the like just getting married stage of that like fucking hell. Uh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there. That's the stage we're in right now. Because apparently it takes way longer to figure that shit out than you think it should, but it always does. Not like I'm as good for it as I fucking pretend I am. And oh shit, I have a coffee in the microwave. Let's grab that. Um, and then Pascal, if you don't mind, can I pick your brain here with a couple questions? Because I tend to find doing 32 millimeter hair to be extremely challenging. Yeah, Pascal, there's a reason why gay men have the highest statistical happiness rating in marriages and the lowest divorce rates. If you didn't know, that has been factually proven to be true. You're not even just spitballing an idea here. It's just a fact with science to back it and data. There is a reason why gay men have the lowest divorce rate. Okay. But yeah, sorry, I was gonna ask a really quick question, Pascal. Like, is there a way to do hair that is not gonna drive me crazy? Or like, how do you? I don't know. I find hair, like physical hair, to be difficult at the 32 mil scale. Pulling your leg. I assume it's going to be kind of like NMM too, where you just want to find where your shine point is and just kind of bring it in closer and closer. Just kind of treat it exactly like a value sketch where you just get smaller and small. Okay, yeah, halo effect. Dude, so just back to circle theory. I mean, this definitely looks like unwashed hair, so I imagined it would be kind of greasy and kind of shiny. Orange hair is often very dull, so rather do normal sphere theory. Oh yeah, there we go. Really? Bubble? Pascal back with his bubble lesson. Yeah, we're back to bubble theory. I figure, why do you find orange hair often to be quite flat? Because I usually pick orange because it's a more vibrant hair color. Like, I actually pick it typically because I find it's got a really nice intensity. So it's kind of funny to me that you're mentioning that it can feel very flat. What I'm doing here, actually, that's coming together really quickly, and I think what helps is having the magenta in the shadowing. I can just bring a little bit of that in here, touch it there. Oh, those are horns. Never mind. So those don't need to be that color. I'll have to go in and fix that after. Um, you know what, Pascal? I don't think any of us know what inside thoughts stay inside means here. I remember one of my favorite stream memories is honestly, I think it was the second time Jinx came in here, and I was trying to I was like really big, trying to be like, and I couldn't find anything, and I was like, I swear to God, this is a professional studio. It's not. It's never like this, and I'm like totally trying to be reassuring that I was like, I am a professional, and then it just very quickly realized, like day after day, it's like, oh, he was full of shit. There's nothing professional about this. I think that was the moment, like the moment I realized I was like, I think I was lying. It's inhibitors. Okay, I got a bit of a orangey, or bring some yellow. I brought some yellows in. What are we listening to right now? It sounds like Guttermouth. Lying to who? Chat or to yourself? Absolutely to chat. We're just... That's... Hopefully it is nothing too serious, man. Okay, now I need to come in and get that bit of a thin highlight here. Okay, keeping it nice and thin. I think that's looking pretty interesting for orange hair. Oh, is it time for wet food? Is it time for your wet food? Because you're staring at me like it's wet food time. I got a text from my mom not that long ago. I'd rather not go into that one, but it'd be nice if she remembered she had a kid other than when it was when the anniversary of the other one dying. You know? Wish your mother well, new man. You wish your mother well. Do you think I should go even one brighter, Pascal, and maybe bring in a touch of like an ice yellow? Or I mean, I that pops right now. Like that's really intense. Or Jinxie. Either of you, what do you guys think on that one? I trust both of your opinions. It's more fiery than it is redhead. Excellent. Excellent. You know what? There's not a ton of color going on this model anyways, so that's going to give us a really nice contrast, and that's going to give us something to help guide the eyes to the face. And that's, I think once we get the face done and the other details knocked in, I think it will be a good way to frame the head. Because that is something we're always wanting to do in our miniatures, right? Like we do want to get we want that framing. And especially like you were talking about when you were doing your speed painting lesson with Kukia, a lot of it, what we were talking, or a lot of what you were talking about, is how to guide the eyes upwards, how to use specific shapes, how to use different colors, and where to focus your highlights to get the eyes to go where you want them to go. Said life is a game and I won. Yes, I love this song. When you've been here this long, one day you belong. One day you wake up. Wait, what am I missing? I'm missing something, I think. Brains? Yeah, probably. Okay, yeah, it is cable time. Just give me a second. The squeaks are about to, the incessant squeaking is about to start. Job done. Boneless is confused. Boneless is always fucking confused. That was the whole point of the joke earlier when I was like, I was trying to convince everyone because I was like, at that point it was because I was like nervous because I was like, oh god, this person runs an impressive studio. Quick, make sure they don't know I'm an absolute like cluster of like unmanageability. And then I like actually tuned in for your stream. I was like, oh no, this is the exact same shit. We're all like this. It's like it's almost something I'm learning is like the better people are at painting, the less they seem to remember where they put their things on their desk. I don't know what the correlation is, but it's a fact. And then just because the boots are kind of interesting, Pascal, untrue. Let me have this one, please. It's because my brain is too big. I've got so much information going around in there that I just can't remember, simple things like where I put my paint down. It's too busy thinking about important shit. The problem is that there's just too much information going around my giant fucking brain. The biggest, smoothest brain of them all. Throwing some highlights on the bootsies. Get them a little bit more interesting. Could even quickly do a little wet blend on them. There we go. There we go. grab little bits around the tipsies of some of the fur here. Tell us, yes. Sorry. And then got the highlights on that there. Or on the furs. So please try not to be impatient, because we all hate standing in line. So welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having an excellent Sunday. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. I have a couple slots open for commissions if anybody is looking for massive armies and you happen to be located in Canada. If you're located in the US, please consider Jinxdart or one of the other very many talented painters whom you do not have to spend fucking insane tariffs shipping to and from. But if you are if you just so happen to be in Canada and looking to get an army painted, I'm going to go through and highlight some of the other leather details really quickly just to make them a bit more interesting. Start by coming in and doing the actual straps in here to make sure that they're the different color. So make sure you're not missing the belt or the strippy straps. There's another strap right there. Let's grab that. Use that brown underneath. Gonna bring a bit of water in to my brush just to fuzz it out, smooth it out, but making sure that the underside of the shield is nice and dark. So, uh, yeah, people are weird. I don't get it. But good on you for being true to yourself and being able to enforce your boundaries. Because that is a skill not everybody has. So now I'm coming through very, very faint on the flesh tone. Grabbing things like the fingertips to ensure that we got that nice grip going on there. I'm going to come through. We're going to grab the top of the knee here. tiny little bit around the forehead. The bit on the top of the knee. So you know what? Let's grab this tiny little touch right in here too. This will be the last touch on the skin. And then I think we're gonna call the skin pretty good. Yeah, there we go. So now we just gotta come through and do the metal details. And those are pretty simple. We already have all the colors out that we need for that. What we're going to do is we're going to start by washing them with orange. So go through all your metal details. Make them go orange. It's okay if you miss some spots because it's going to be rusty and gunky. So it really does not matter if you miss a couple spots. But focus on nice, thin, kind of dirty orange paint water. And we're going to start bringing some rust in to the metals. We'll finish with the bone tones because the bone needs something else to it. You can go a bit heavier in some spots if you choose. Be very careful around the forehead, though, because you don't want to overwhelm the orange hair. Ooh, that's pretty orange. Use a bit of water here to then just, show you guys that it's like, oh, sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we put too much down. It's okay. You just come through like this. There we go. Man, I've been not reading lately. Twilight cats more than people. Titan says hi. Hi, Titan. Okay, Sigurd, you're just staring at me pathetically. Okay, I gotta feed the cat. Okay, let's make sure that he doesn't get too. Gotta monitor them. We all chill the way we feel like, otherwise we don't chill. It's true that. I did a bit of gaming, or I was doing some before stream today. Been playing Grim Dawn. I've been just kind of like cycling through my library. Been considering going back to Valheim because the new, like, it's apparently another update has come out since I've last played it, so I thought about doing that. And then other than that, I'm just kind of Pixel Vikings. Dude, Valheim's great. I love it. I've built some pretty obscene stuff. I've really, really kind of figured out how the systems work. Never played it. It's really fun, and it does not take a very good PC to run, so I do recommend it. It's one of those games that, like, after you finish the mountain, I'm not or like once you get into everything up the plains are fun. Everything after the plains, not very fun. So I'm hoping to see some balance changes or some patch changes. But like the Mistlands, I didn't enjoy very much, and Ashlands, I really, 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 really didn't like. But I'm hoping to go back to it, and I might just like turn the difficulty down to do that too. So who knows? All right. Hey, Mayor. It's for you. Valheim, I have uninstalled though because it also becomes very problematic for me. Like when I play Valheim, I get obsessive to a degree that I don't get with other games. We're talking to the point that like I would just sit there and chop down trees, sometimes for up to 10 hours without taking a break. Because I'm like, I'm gonna want to build. Bones is pulling a Bronson. It was again, I have to keep there's a reason I don't have Valheim installed right now. But every periodical I'm like, I could. I mean, you need building materials, right? It's we need more core wood. And you always you never have enough. Okay, now I'm going to use a bit of green paint. Dirty old green, thinned out. And remember how intense the orange was when it went on and how quickly it faded out? Farm, build, fight a bit. Titan Sassy Tail almost went into the coffee. That is... I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'd probably still... A cat's tail? I'd still drink it. But that being said, I'm one of those people who's kind of like with his pets, like I've let my cats lick my spoon. And then just kind of wiped it on my pants and been like, all right, that's enough. This is my food. Throw your iron fists, black and bruised.
is swell.
It feels like I've got too much of that green down here, so I'm going to pull some of that out with a bit of water. And smash some new orange into it. And there we go. Oh, dude, my cats absolutely sleep in the bed with me. Both of them do. One of them between my legs and one of them under my arm. Before I lived with my wife, one of them used to sleep around the top of my head, and the other one between my legs or on my chest. See one detail I missed. I know I should enforce better boundaries with my cats, but I don't. Because I love them too much, and it's just like hard for me to be like, it's hard for me to tell them no. If you want now, you can also come in while you've got a little bit of the magenta on your brush, thin it out just a wee bit. And then see, my cats didn't like Ashley at first. And then Mimir warmed up to her. Like Sigurd was always kind of skittish of her. Then we got Mimir, and then he warmed up to her pretty quickly. And then once Mimir warmed up to her, then Sigurd warmed up to her. And then most recently, 5 years later, Sigurd has started getting cold. Like Mimir has gotten so close to me now that my other one started getting cold to me again. Yes, I'm talking about you little assholes. I'm not sure if you guys heard. He squeaked back at me when I said that. But yeah, my cats love my wife. Turned out it was also because she was feeding them breakfast while I was asleep for a really long time. You know what? I'm going to do something on this one because it is a finished, or because we've gone as far as we have. Where's my pure white? Let's bust it out. Let's bust it out. My ivory, my ivory. There's my bold titanium white. Put a little bit of bold titanium white down. I don't normally go this bright, but again, because this is a hero character. You can do one little stripe of that down the middle of the folds. I recommend applying it as like a Terminator line between where you've got your highlight and your shadow starting.
Looks like
Meat's back on the menu, boys. Citrus, what's up? What's up? Hope you're doing well. Looking forward to seeing you for Souls of Mischief in a couple weeks. Tinker Fairy is hitting such a fucking insane point. I still can't believe how good it looks. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I think there's a level. I think because of like the fact you're building a functioning speaker and you've turned the model itself into a Bluetooth speaker, I really do think that like there's a level of creativity you've put into that piece that is really gonna shine. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen people combine the hobby. Like, I mean, I've seen people put LEDs into their models before, but I've never seen somebody convert a miniature into being a Bluetooth speaker. I just think there's a level of creativity there that is going to do very well. I think a lot of people are going to agree with that. I mean, it's not really my thing, and even I'm like, I would personally want that in my collection. Like, even as somebody who, like, if I had a kid at home, like if I have a daughter that's really into fucking Tinkerbell or anything like that, like, I would fucking love to bring that home as like a gift. Hit it with a nice heavy coat of varnish to be prepared for those grubby little children and fingers, but like, I would love to own something like that. What we got going on here, Pascal? Give it to me, Daddy. Let's do it. Um, what the fuck? There we go. We're talking about this section right here, wondering if we want to go with the gold bronze, feel how it would look being pulled underneath. It would be good, but then you're going to need to make sure to, because you, like, if you go with that, then you're going to need to bring more of that. I mean, you've already established it actually to be down here because you already have the secondary bounce light going, Pascal. Like, I can see where that yellow is casting. So, I mean, just having it down here would make sense. Like it would make sense, and it would look good to bring that down here as well. I do find it's distracting from the face, though, at the same time. I'm not really looking at his face. The face needs something. The purple is you've got too much white going on, or you need to do something with the hair to really bring the eyes upwards. Because I know you haven't done the hair yet at all. So that's why I'll say that is like this part of the model is really boring. And it's a shame because that's really well painted. And if I cut out the rest of the model and we just look at that there, then it looks great. The face looks fucking perfect. As soon as it has any of those colors against it, though, it washes out, in my opinion. So we gotta figure out a way to frame the face here a bit better, so that way you're not losing it to the arm and the scales. The hair is done. I would add something to the hair then, because you're washing out a bit in the head and face is washing out a bit, and you've done such a great job with the face that I don't think white hair with white armor is going to be the right play. For anybody in here who is a newer painter and is wondering what I'm saying and why I'm saying that, Pascal is an absolute legend, an incredible painter, but everybody gets judged on where they are at. Everybody gets judged based on where they're at, not based on, what I think is a perfect model. So Pascal's criticisms and critiques are a little bit more nitpicky than most of you are going to, or than most people get. So don't think I'm going to sit here and rip your shit apart if you want me to look at it. Just know. I'm spending money to attend one of Pascal's workshops. So trust me when I say, like, I have to really, really get into it to start seeing the issues or seeing anything that I'm like, I don't like, that I don't immediately love. And he's posting it because he wants the feedback and because it's hard at his level to get somebody to actually just be honest with him and say it. What if you brought in an icy blue in some of the shadows, or worked it from a purple shot, or work some secondary purple lighting into it? Like, is there a way you could work? Yeah. More color, exactly. Your white needs more color to read as more white. But I mean, it's a stunning piece, dude. And as always, I adore your work. Okay, while that's going on, I think I should bring a touch of this magenta around the mouth. Or inside of the mouth, sorry. Oh, that's way better. And then I gotta get Chunder Fury out, guys. Pascal is, after I said that to him, he's not gonna let me get away with not painting the eyeballs on this, is he? I don't get to call him out on his shit like that and then not paint eyeballs on this model, so fuck it. Let's get him, boys. You guys get to look at the hairline. Did you not paint the eyeballs? Of course not, dude. I never paint eyeballs. 32 mil? Fuck it. Nobody can tell. I never paint eyes, dude. I got like one model with painted eyes on my desk, which is, I think, Morgenthorg. I think this is the only model I've got that has his eyeballs painted. I did that on the ogre already. Actually though. Now I need to show you guys this really quickly first. Yeah. Actually, shit. I should show you guys this really quickly so you can see the up close of what I actually did with that skin. And what I still need to finish along this along the back here. I need to finish this section. But yeah. Pascal, I will say thank you for challenging me to do the skin the way that you did, because look at how that turned out finished, eh? Was worth it. 100% ended up being worth it. It's got so much texture, so it looks great. Like, it genuinely looks great. Okay, let's paint some eyeballs. I'm excited for that one. I've had a lot of fun painting it. It both was and it wasn't, right? Like, it made me a better person. It made me a better painter. It taught me a level of patience that I needed to develop to become a better painter. So, and you know what? I'm even gonna bust out a brand new Kolinsky for this. I know how to do them, man. I just hate doing them. I'm gonna grab my... This is a brand new paintbrush. I mean, this one has a really good tip on it still, but I'm gonna bust into a new brush for this. Blah. I hate these. All right, let's take a quick look. And then I'm actually gonna go in and do the... Pretty much. All right, paint. If you could actually come off the brush this time. Okay. There are the whites. We challenge ourselves, go through frustrations because I'm going to say we had fun. Artists are crazy. Oh, dude, we're miserable through the whole process. The only reason I say it was fun is because I have the best job in the world, and I'm very privileged to be in the position that I'm in. And if I complain about it overtly too much, people just don't actually want to hear it. So it's easier to just be like, yeah, it was difficult, but it was fun. Because at the end of the day, it is. I wouldn't keep doing it. I also wouldn't keep doing it if there wasn't an element of fun. Okay, beauty. Now let's see if I can get both eyes looking in the same direction. Because now we're going to pop over to the black paint. Where the fuck is my black paint? Where the fuck is my black paint? There the fuck is my black paint? I have a feeling that's actually not going to work very well there. Let's go get a bit of the Abaddon as well. So exactly. You get it. You get it, Jinx. There we go. Both eyes are looking in the same direction. Now we come back in with the pure white. Clean up any mistakes that we made. There we go. So I've got her teeth out. Let's grab those. And then I'll give you guys the close-up so you can see that I wasn't joking. We just painted in those eyes. And as I said, we got her looking in the same direction with pupils. Zoom in. Look at that. Look at that. Both eyes looking in the same direction, too. I'm pretty happy about that. This model's coming along really well. Looks pretty badass. I mean, this is just a quick little afternoon paint job, right? This isn't even part of the army. No, there's no excuse not to paint tiny eyes. Yeah, there is. It takes a long time and it hurts my brain. If they want to pay for it, absolutely. But I'm not doing that on every fucking model. Oh, boy. I need better goggles than that, though. Oh. Oh. Okay. That comes out, meow. And let's get the hat, my glasses. I'm gonna have celebratory celebration. I paint. Pretty much all I do is paint. And I love it. I'm also was kind of looking, and I want to introduce a bit of fun into or something a little more funky into the boots. I know he was talking to you. I just chose to answer as if he wasn't. I'm the streamer. I have the camera now. It is a very, very thin amount of Flesh Terrors red. So put a tiny bit of that down. So it's very thin. And I'm just going to pull this over the boots. Why? Because again, by just using a thin glaze of red, we can make the leather details just read a little bit different from the rest of the model. Get a magical little color shift with absolutely no effort. And it just makes the boots look a little bit different. Gives us a bit more of that color, a bit more visual interest. Because that's really what model painting is, right? Is it's about trying to create those little elements of visual interest wherever we can fit them in. Because when tiny things are not interesting on their own, tiny things need a lot of help to be interesting. You got to help the little things out. Same thing over the other boot. And there we go. We got a nice little red leather effect. Effortless red leather. Effortless red leather. Next up, we got to do the dry. Mimir, why do you sit so close? Do you guys want to see the fat cat? You want to see my fat? You want to see Fatty? Fatty? Hi. Dropping things. Here we go. Hi, Mimir. Give me your tummy. Your belly. Yeah. You want a belly scratch? Oh, yeah. Tummy rubs. Over here. Over here where the camera can see. Yeah. Chat wants to see the pets. Chat wants to see you get your tummy rubbed. Yeah. He's the oh. You gonna do that again? Yeah. Sorry. Just trying to get to the cat and accidental just crotch shot. There we go. Look at him. Look at those green eyes. All right, that's enough breaking things. Back to painting. Painty. It's all content. Mimir, I have to go back to work. Get away from the wheels. No, you gotta go away from the wheels now. No, you gotta go away from the wheels now. I don't want you to break your paws. Man, I'd like to roll around without looking, so you can't actually stay here. Where the fuck is it? My metal brush. I have a dry brush that I use specifically for my metallics. It's nice and small. Also, that way I don't have to contaminate. Like, it keeps them nice and safe. And what we do here... Look at him. And he's stretching. He's doing a long cat. For those of you that don't know, he's a bobtail. You see, with like actual perspective, he's a big boy. The other one's the orange one's even bigger. Pascal, I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. We'll throw you an extra shout out right before you go. If anybody does not know Pascal Ruse, I hope you all do. But I highly recommend you tune in for one of his streams. Got a new volume of Dungeon Crawler card. Ooh. If anybody is not familiar with Pascal, make sure you're following him. He is the man. Okay, let's pop over to the bright silver, and I'm just going to do a quick dry brush. Missed you guys. Glad you were able to pop in and hang out. It has been a pleasure having you visiting. And like, I don't know, I love my Sunday streams. They are kind of one of my favorites. Like it's almost like everybody seems to pop in for Saturdays. So we're just going to do a very, very quick dry brush. Or stipple. This is why we haven't done the bone details yet fully either, because we're going to have to clean them up. Because it's better to hit the bone details than it is to hit the skin. There we go. We're creating that dirty metal. And there we go. That brush can go off because it needs to get washed with soap. Sweating. I mean, it's probably because it's warm where you live, but also both. Bit of column A, bit of column B. Keep a bit of distance. Keep a bit of distance. Why not both? Buddy, you know what makes me sad when you just sit by my feet for my whole stream, looking at me all sad sack like. Maybe puddle at SMC. I'm so excited for SMC. Especially now, because like hotel booked and paid. Flights booked and paid. Class and convention tickets booked and paid. It's happening. It's happening. It is booked. It's all booked. It's all paid. and a mop. She can just borrow some of my Valium if she needs it, because there's absolutely no way I'm getting on a plane without it. I mean, I don't think I'm supposed to say that live. Boneless needs to get a bottle of chill pills to get on a plane. Okay, lastly, come through with the orange one more time. Off the shield. There we go. We can't forget to take pics. I am pretty good for with taking pictures. I am pretty good for it. I also want to bring potentially some disposables. I'd like to potentially like grab like like old school going on vacation as a kid in the 90s. And like 80s 90s, your parents would give you the disposable camera to sit in the back seat and click at stuff as you went past, and most of the time it was blurry bullshit, but every once in a while there'd be a gem in there. I do. I'm probably gonna grab one or two for SMC. Oh yeah, no, I don't own a pro camera, so that's why. If I can afford to, I'll see if I can get my D80 set up. And by that I mean I just have to find someone selling a used Nikon D80. Because that's the one that I have I have access to all the attachments for. And there we go. Oh god, why does this keep happening? I need to remember I can't shake the Basilicanum Gray. This is the third time today this has happened to me. Pretty sure Nikon fits any lens. Fair. But yeah, I gotta essentially all the attachments I had access to are like were I don't know if they're still good. They were good 10, 15 years ago. Here's the thing. I haven't used a camera in a long time. These were top of the line, attachments in 2012, but I don't know how much I don't even know if a Nikon D80 is still a good camera. I don't know enough about photography is kind of the problem. Still better than a disposable one. Probably better than my cell phone too, but that's mostly because I'm not good at using my cell phone cameras. I mean, your camera's from 2010 or so? That's about when this one's from. Bought it secondhand. Yeah, so that's so a D80 probably did. Okay, so yeah, no, that's because that was my fear. Like I was talking to my stepdad about just being like, because he was like, I can hook you up with my attachments if you need, but he's like, what day is it today? It's Sunday. I'll give him a call later. I'll give him a call and see if I can borrow the D80 for Eindhoven. Hopefully he thinks I'm responsible enough for that. My God. If I could stop getting paint all over my handsies, that would be rad. Shoulder pad, washed away. Only in sunlight always and stay. Angel, take me far away. What we're doing now is we're taking a little bit of water just to clean off a bit of the edge. Like such. Clean that brush. Okay. Let's see if that happens again. Hopefully not, but it probably will. Hands are sticky from this. Covered in fucking contrast. That is looking banging, though. I'm doing great, man. I woke up, painted. I live the good life, man. I wake up, I paint toys. Yeah, same commission. We're pretty far through it now. Without having to grab all of them, I can show you the Chaos Warriors. That's how they turned out finished. Other than he needs that he's got a bit of slime on his cape I need to clean up. Really, actually, I'll just do that right now while I've got him here. Let's just give him a quick. So if you have a little mistake like that, I can just clean it up. I heard that you're a secret Mexican. How the fuck did you find that out? Wait, 1 second. Who told you about that? Who told you about my uncle? I myself am. I'm not, but one of my nephews is half Mexican. My sister had a kid. One of my sister's husband was Mexican. But yeah, no, one of my uncles was also although it was a bit more of a distant relative. Welcome in, Mark. Welcome back, Jinx. I'm not gonna say who he was because I was like, I don't like talking about it because it's always awkward. Mostly because I can't use his ring name because it will get me in trouble if I say it on stream. But one of my uncles was a fairly famous boxer from they're fairly famous Mexican indigenous boxer. One of my uncles was in the Olympics for boxing 3 years ago. That's really cool. My the uncle in reference was you seen it? Okay, if I dump a link, yeah, really quickly, that's cool with me. One you said my uncle was Danny Lopez and also known as Little Red. There's a great picture of him on Sports Illustrated. He half Irish, half like not half because he was half Irish, a quarter Mexican, and a quarter Cherokee. Can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to say the wrong thing because I'm going to sound ignorant. But yeah, half Irish, quarter Mexican, quarter indigenous dude. Dude was bred to fight. Drunken Catholic father. The kid was Born to fight. I myself, I don't have any, I don't have any in me myself for indigenous that I know of. Maybe. Are you offering? Can't remember who I was talking to. It was someone from Europe who was like, "Boneless, you're native to Canada, right?" And I was like, "No, I was born here, but unlike when you Europeans use that term, it means something very different here." Okay, one second. I gotta put the kibbles back down. He'd have a field trip by now. That Dutch humor. Why not? Okay, next up, we're going to take a bit of the bright silver again, right before it dries out. Just catch the edge of the blade very roughly. There we go. Honestly, dude, I should probably enforce them better than I do. But I typically my rule is no slurs. That's pretty much where I draw my line. No slurs and nothing overtly derogatory. Um, and don't be creepy to other people. Like there's the obvious byplay you'll see between the. Oh yeah, no, that's this is me letting you know what it essentially is. Right on, it's very simple. It's pretty much that. You'll see the byplay between people if they know each other. It's fine. If somebody's very clearly uncomfortable, give them a timeout. Oh, that's it's Mark. That's just the athlete way. That's a bit different. But like, if you're, I'll tell you this. Like, I know enough female streamers to know what some of your DM or like what some of the DMs they get look like. So that's why I just will very clearly just be like, just don't be creepy. Just don't be weird. I'm just gonna grab a little bit of. Yeah, no, that's all good. That's why I assumed you were, which I appreciate. That was one of those times I. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with that. I would rather that doesn't bug me in any way, shape, or form. If you're uncertain, just let me and just leave me to make a choice. 'Tis the way. Okay. I don't think this needs anything else. I think we finished this, eh? I should probably change out my paint water because it's going to be a little bit glittery. You guys remember what we're going to do here? So we're going to paint this. I'm the man in the box. A booter about. Always about. I actually don't think I've ever met anybody who says a boot. You might hear it like super duper duper east, but I don't think anywhere outside the Maritimes you'll. I don't think you'll hear it anywhere outside the Maritimes. Yay, my eyes. Jesus Christ. A boot. He's gonna be so fucking good. Feed my eyes. Gotta let that dry. What should I do while that's drying? Should I paint another? Educate me. A boot is typically just a mispronunciation of about that you'll hear in like the Eastern Island Maritimes of Canada. Because technically, I also live in a maritime, but yeah, a boot is just a mispronunciation of about. Putin or Five Guys? Putin. Five Guys is like, eh. Gobby tipsy people talk, right? Dude, gobby means something completely different here. Anytime anyone shortens somebody's name to Gobby, I just chuckle because like I'm aware, but I'm just letting you know that the term Gobby here it means something different. Well, I mean, when we use that term here, it still involves the mouth. Conquer Alaska or conquer Greenland. I say we revert the treaties and Canada takes Alaska back. That way we can continue working on our secret bear cavalry in the Arctic without having to worry about the Americans finding out. We wouldn't be Greenland. We wouldn't be like Greenland is one of those things where also ain't you guys fighting Denmark in one of those stupid islands? Technically, there's a territory that is contested by Denmark, Canada, the US, and there's a couple island. There's one that is specifically contested between Canada and Denmark, though, where they'll periodically just go and change the flag out on each other. It's kind of a running gag where they just keep swapping the flag. And when they swap the flag, they'll leave like gifts from the other country. So like typically every time we put the Canadian flag up, there will also be like a case of Canadian rye left in the snow. And then the Danes will come back and they'll pull it down and they'll put their flag up, and then they'll leave a gift in the snow for the Canadians when we come back. And it's literally just like the soldiers essentially swap the flag and trade booze. It's quite fun. Look at this guy right here. Let's do him. I think we can paint one more before the end of stream. This guy seems pretty easy to do, seeing as he's mostly metal. But yeah, it's not actually contested. It's kind of just an ongoing joke. One second. I gotta. We're gonna trade shots during SMC. I don't trade, or I don't like booze, but I don't know, I've hit this point where I just like I'm like I don't not drink because at this point I feel I have to be sober. I do it because at these days it's because there's yet to be an occasion were like that significant that I felt then I feel that like the need to go to that degree to celebrate. I'm certain something will happen at some point where I'll feel differently, but currently, like, I don't know. Could happen. Could not happen. You have to bring something homegrown. Okay, you want to? There you go, Mark. Now you got my interest. You and I are gonna hit up a cafe. You know, I get into town a week, or I get into town, I think, on the Tuesday. So like we get in Tuesday. Take me to a punk show in Eindhoven. Actually, genuinely, if you know of a good punk show happening the SMC weekend or if something gets booked, you let me know. We'll go hit up a show. Go take me to some basement grindcore show. I'll bring some. You'll enjoy hashish. But yeah, if you know a good cafe, we are getting into town about 3-4 days before the convention, so that way we can actually have a day to rest, relax, and then a few days to travel around and enjoy being in the city. So 1 or 2 of those days, I will probably be free to do some stuffs. Now I bring in my green. Did you post something, Jinx? Gosh, also, now that he's gone, it is so awkward giving Pascal feedback. I know he asked for it. I know he asked directly for feedback, but when you know he's just on like a different level, it is so fucking awkward giving him feedback. Because I'm telling him to do things that I can't actually execute myself. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, I know what I'm looking for. I can't do that. Let's take a look at the radio. Community minis. Okay, I've seen those ones, I think, unless it's in. The yellow does look really good. Are you gonna do it with like the one what was it, like the old school ones? It was one of the clicky buttons was always red. It was the stop. Are you gonna do it with like the one red clicky button too? And like maybe. The radio looks really, really, really good. And that's one of those things where like I definitely can understand as well not wanting to do that because it that could detract at that point. That is definitely one of those things that could detract if it was. Okay. I'm gonna whip up some slime. Slime. Get slimed. Get some YTV stuff going on here. Maybe a dark red. Yeah. I thought it was gone, but I'm back. I'm here to take first watch, and I'm strapped. So we're just going in all the stacked. One crashing impact with thunderous clap, calm demeanor, even though you're under attack. And posted my army update. Ooh, let's take a look at that, Mark. Oh, that has not come through for me yet. I'll give that a moment because that is apparently my Discord is running behind right now because I only just saw the ferry update came through in my server. There we go. Got the slime. It's up. Heck yeah. Ooh. Skellies. Those are looking good, dude. I really like the upgrade you've made since the ones on the left. The big Sphinx thing is going to be awesome. That's going to be so rad. That's the piece I would be most excited to paint in that. And I got slime on me. I don't like getting slimed, especially not on live stream. All right, we're gonna come in with a quick dry brushy, the silver. And if you're new here, feel free to get any questions you have posted in the chat. This is an educational stream today. So particularly if you have any techniques you want to practice, anything you need to learn, anything you're struggling with, feel free to ask in chat. I've got your backs. If you're new here, welcome in. Please consider hitting follow. Helps out a ton. Beyond that, we paint toys. Got your dry brush loaded up. Played around with Pascal's wet pick, added more color. See what I mean? It's like, it's always awkward being like, it needs more color, but it definitely needed more color. There was definitely a washout happening in the face. Which again was a shame because the face was incredibly painted, but it was the other aspects of the model causing the washout. Which is one of those things that can be very hard to see. Whether, like, that's one of those things that can just happen that you just can't prepare for. Okay, that one is almost dry. Oh, that is dry now. Yeah, okay, good. We're going to come back over to you. Now you get the orange. Again. A little bit of that in there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Get that nice heavy oranging and browning going on. And then just let that dry. Think about, oh, 1 second. Well, we can make a deal. You paint the Sphinx. Oh, deal. Done deal. I'll gladly, dude. I've already said I'll paint that Sphinx. Like, that is more than a fair trade. I will gladly do that. I can't even see where the color was added. I mean, I can see where you did the bottom and the where you brought in the legs and everything, but I can see. Oh, there it is. There it is, right around the face, right around that purple shadow you brought into the jaw there. Yeah, that is it. That's exactly what it needed. That little bit of purple in the hair and the shade. Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like you added a bit more red into the lips, or you might not have, but it's making the lips read more red, which is exactly pulling the life back into the face. So that's one of those things where it's nice because even if you did not add the red, the purple in the hair is bringing all of the color back, which means, again, that whole thing that I was mentioning where it's like, I said, where it's like the face is very well painted, but something is making it not read correctly. And that's exactly what it was. It's just, it needed that last little bit of, it just guide the eye. I guess I'll grab some of this Ruddy Terra now, because I can start painting in the cloak. This is the wrong brush. Let's not use my good brush to slap down base coats. No, it doesn't, man. That's kind of the brilliance of steering the visual. But yeah, Mark, I'll gladly do that. It wouldn't take that long to do either. You could probably throw 2 of those. I could probably do 2 of them for you. I mean, let me not get ahead of myself. I need to see like how big they are, but I was like, honestly, I mean, considering it only took me about like 5 hours to do the Manticore. And undead things paint like it's the secret to undead is that you just slap a whole bunch of color on them and then kind of blend them up to a regular bone color, and then you wash them with a bunch of color again, and then bring them back up to a bone color. And essentially, it's just about creating a bunch of color and texture, and then deciding if you want live bone, dying bone, rotting bone, sun bleached bone. It really is. There's an element of how fresh do you want it to be. But like, if I did that for you, I'd at least do it in like full NMM. Or if we do that for you, I'll at least do full NMM for you. About the size of a 40K orc card. I guess, yeah, I'll do that. I can do that in full NMM. Throw some fucking crazy ass OSLs on it or something. We can have fun. We can have a lot of fun with that. That's a really good model and a really good sculpt. I also, not really Mana Man, because it's a single model. And because it's a hero character, it's okay to do something like that. Because you don't need an identical match, right? You just want, you only actually need close matches. So I will have elements of both. And in fact, I have models that have both true metallic and non-metallic on them at the same time. I actually combine both regularly. Anybody who says you can't, you can. Just takes a little bit of work, a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of, je ne sais quoi. I have a story I kind of want to tell on stream. It's a little dicey, but it was also really funny. So when we went for Mexican food with some friends of mine, I went to go and see one of my friends from high school who I haven't seen for a couple of years. Great guy. And he brought his new girlfriend with him, and I wanted him to meet my fiance and everything. So we meet up, and we're hitting it off. We're all laughing, and then she comes and joins us, and we're talking about, I can't remember what we're talking about. But I remember saying, well, all athletes are degenerates. Because we are, and they are. Just joking around. And then she goes like white in the face, and she's like, I think I might be taking my food to go. And I'm just like, what? And then she's like, did you just say what I think you said? And I was like, what? That athletes are degenerates? And then her face, she just like had that like relief moment. She's like, oh. She's like, I was ready to storm off. And I was like, why? What did you think I said? And she's like, I thought you said ethnics. And I was like, no. Although it was a good sign. We immediately hit it off, because it was like, all right, good. You got somebody with principles. I just made the joke, and I was like, come on, dude. I know I have Valhalla tattooed across my hands, but like, give me some benefit of the doubt. And before we can make that deal, I need to find a second wizard. More than fair. Also, just don't feel pressured, dude. Like, again, I've said, if you just find a wizard and you want me to paint it for you, we can do that. Like, I've openly talked about the stream, like, owning the model would be cool, but like, for me, it's the experience of getting to paint it and sharing that with everyone. Because if you like really want to keep yours as well, it's like that makes sense. But yeah, don't worry about it. We'll figure something out. Okay, yeah, no, nope. Also, nope. Do you have some old school boosters for you? Oh hell yeah! I've been like honestly, I was saying earlier, there's only a couple things I'm gonna keep like. There's a couple things I'm really keeping my eyes open for at the vendor hall. Is I'm looking for the the Necromunda box with rules. And like if I can find there's a couple things I'm looking. The OG Necromunda box. That's like in my top 3 need to finds. The second edition or the second Warhammer second edition, the Rogue Trader box set. And then what was the other one? Well, there's obviously the Necromunda one, and then it was Gorka Morka. The Gorka Morka box is the other one that I would want to find. Oh, I know all of these are very hard to find. That's why I'm like these are my treasure troves of what I would like to acquire in my painting career. You know, I would like if I could the Mordheim one would be a good one. I know Gorka Morka is one of the harder ones to get. But Gorka Morka also kicks ass. That way, and I could also brag to Boardheim constantly that I have an original Mordheim box set. If anybody, Mark, if you're into Mordheim at all, do you know Boardheim? He's a terrain builder. We've raided into him a couple times. He's awesome. He builds. Don't know him? Okay, you should check out Boardheim. He builds crazy stuff. Really fun guy, really nice guy. But he's all about like the old school method of building, so it's all like tiny foam core and little hand cut bricks and wooden planking made of popsicle sticks, and he has a giant table of like it looks like he's got the full City of the Damned. Like if you want I'm gonna post a link to his Instagram actually just because I'm talking about him. Uh okay, so yeah, it's his work is badass. And he's also a huge supporter of the channel. He's like constantly sharing my work. Like anytime I post stuff, he's always sharing my work. He's always telling people that they should come and check me out. So Obama saw the photos of baseball actual chamber. Dude, he's a unit. Like he's an absolute. His work is so good. I don't just. I don't openly just advertise other people's work unless they're worth checking out. The Dutch are winning at the moment. FIFA? What are you guys winning at?
You look like
Ooh.
a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Uber Emmys, thank you for the follow. Hope you are having a great day so far. Imagine knitting chainmail for 32 mil. Dude, he's a madman. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. We are working on some chaos for one of our clients here. Keeping the classic chill vibe. But yeah, Bordheim is a super dope guy, and I highly recommend him as highly recommend him as a content creator. But welcome in, Uber Emmys. If you paint, let me know if you need help with anything. We are doing an educational stream today, so right now, if you have any questions or you need help with a technique, a color, you just, you're struggling with anything, feel free to post it in the chat, and I will take the time to actually do, like, a full... No, he's not the one with the Billy and Skavens. The Billy and Skavens is, I know who it is. Don't help me. He's a nice guy. He comes around the stream all the time. Not Papaccio, is it? Thanks for offering. Just chilling. Hell yeah. What do you paint normally? Please say Warhammer Fantasy. Freedom from Mars. Good evening, Mars. Hope you're doing well. 40k, bit of Blood Bowl mainly. Oh hell yeah. What Blood Bowl team do you have? Because I might have a bit of a Blood Bowl addiction. Oh, we're in ads really quickly. As soon as we get out of ads, we'll go through really quickly, and we'll show off. We'll show off some Blood Bowl teams. I have 6 finished teams. 6 finished teams right now. Currently painting a human team. Which human team? Which human team are we working on? I loved painting the Bretonians. They were a lot of fun. Got the Lizard Man. These guys were a lot of fun to do as well. These were really colorful, so there's a bunch of them. The Lizard Man also doing the Reichland Raiders. No, it's the Reichland Reavers. Sorry, it's the Orkland Raiders. Although I think they changed the name from I don't think they call them the Orkland Raiders anymore. I think so. The lizards were a ton of fun to do. We've also done the Tomb Kings Blood Bowl team. So we've done the Tomb Kings. We've done the Norska. $104th. How's painting going? Painting's going great. We're doing show and tell right now. And then the most recent one we finished up is the Shambling Undead, which we voted on Bubblegum Pink and Freehand Flames as the color. And then lastly, last but not least, because you got Yellow Band, Old Person Flames. One leaves the bus. I'm gonna guess it's you. Then we've got the Morgan Thorg. because I wanted everyone to know he will play for any and every single team. We painted this one on stream and literally just let everybody in chat pick colors as we were going through it. So one by one, people who were coming into the stream just yelled their favorite color and we worked it in. Because people don't seem to understand that if people just don't get it. People lack bus etiquette. It shouldn't be as much of a problem as it is, but it is. Do it. Drop kick them. For legal purposes, don't actually drop kick them. No, especially if they're a kid. They fly further. They're more children are significantly more aerodynamic. Exactly. Children are significantly more aerodynamic. Oh yeah, really awesome looking Blood Bowl lineup. Thank you. I've got I finished 6 teams. So they're all essentially the whole teams are painted up to the standards. So same thing, like I can grab another dwarf and just show you it's, you know. So they're all that's I have 6 finished teams. I'm trying to figure out what the 7th team I'm gonna do is. I think probably gnomes or halflings. Although I do love the concept of potentially doing the ogre team, but unfortunately, that are a beastman team. And I know you can't technically, you can run a beastman team, but you need to buy 2 boxes of the chaos ones to do that. I haven't actually played season 3 yet. I got the box set and it was incredibly fun to paint, but I haven't gotten to play it yet. We've got a really great local league. So for anybody, this is directed at a couple of the people in here who are in the same city as me. We've got a really good local Blood Bowl scene. So I keep meaning to join and keep meaning to play, but I've been really swamped with my work lately. Which is a good problem to have, is being too busy, or is like having a lot of painting to do. I got someone banned from the hobby store recently. Were they using extremely inappropriate language that they shouldn't have been using in the hobby store? Ugh. Cheaters are the worst. We use a different system at our, like, we were using a system at our hobby store to subtly make the people like that go away. Is they just magically, the dice cheaters and the rules Nazis just kept getting paired up against each other. So the 2 worst kinds of people to play against just kept getting matched up. Oh man. That's bad. That's rough. That sucks that you have to deal with that too. The gaming store should not be a place where people have to put up with that. Okay. I mean, look, if it's a Warhammer Army Mark, I definitely don't understand. Like, if you guys are playing a tabletop game, like, you know, if you're doing bolt action, you're playing bolt action, I get it. But, you know, I've seen it in Warhammer where people play into the themes just a little bit too much for some of their guard armies and things. And it's like, you know, like, this is very clear what you're trying to do. Yeah, okay, we're in the same stance. Like, historical war games is fine. Warhammer, you know what, man? Like, you don't need to be sneaking a Swazi onto your fucking Black Templars. Waiting for this to... Oh, this is already blown over. Nordic cities. The Brony Kit bashed army. Are we in the same town, 104th? I'm not sure who all... I don't know who Oliver Tree is. Now you're in Germany. Okay, he's the one who made Life Goes On and On. Unfamiliar. I am not a man of culture all the time. Get this man 2020 TikTok vids. I've never had TikTok before. That was one I was going to be like, I'm going to let him answer, because even if I know the answer of where a viewer is from, I always leave it up to them to choose whether or not they want to say it. Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland. Nice. But you didn't make it to FIFA this year. Dude, the Dutch are great as well. Two of my favorite kickboxers are Dutch. I just assume everyone in Holland is like Bas Rutten. Meister Rico Verhoeven sized. I just assume, yeah, no, you guys have...
You look like a cut of fuckable meat.
Nemesis
Are
sent
you?
send the love. Thank you, Mez. I appreciate that a ton. Nemesis is an amazingly rad person. And we appreciate them a ton. Hope you're having a great day yourself. Adam Smasher? Adam Smasher. Adam fucking Smasher. Yeah, I've told the story on stream a lot of times. I got flags for sexual content when I was doing my super PG streams before I used to have a no swearing rule and everything. And then my fitness alert I went to do some push-ups. My feet were in frame for a couple seconds. I got a warning on my stream for sexual content, and then that was my response, was to add actual sexual content to my stream. Like, fine, you're gonna flag me for sexual content? There's gonna be some fucking sexual content. Welcome in, Mez. Hope you're having a great day. Based on the name, I'm going to assume that you paint as well. Do you have any links to your work, or do you want to share anything that you've done? Ready, set, steady, ready. But yeah, no, immediately, like, the Dutch have both Boss Rutan and Gerard Gordeau. Although Gerard Gordeau is a fucking bad dude. Like, outside of the ring, he's not a good person. But you know, watching him kick somebody in the mouth so fucking hard that he had to fight 2 more matches that night with 3 human teeth embedded in his foot. Like, I don't know, watching him when he soccer kicked the dude from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. If you guys didn't know, by the way, if you've ever watched UFC 1, when Gerard Gordeau soccer kicks that dude in the face in the first round, that is the actor from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I mean, it's also happening where I live, and I'm protesting it for completely different reasons. I'm upset with it due to the mass displacement it has had on our, like, it's causing mass displacement of vulnerable populations. We like the cities to look good during these types of things, so we fall back to doing moonwalks and things like that. Well, I'm Canadian, so like I'm in Canada, but it doesn't change the fact that, like, we're still doing pretty awful stuff. All right, the base on that one is dried. No, not fully. There we go. So you guys can see as well. Got that green slime on the rock going on. But can you rock it like rocket fuel? Ready, set, steady, ready. So I'm also going to say, you guys are probably looking at the cloak going, man, that looks super rough. And it's like, I will have to clean this up with an airbrush. So I will be fixing up. We'll be doing a little airbrushing off camera. But yeah, we're having an excellent stream so far. If you're new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint minis for a living. I'm live Thursdays, Fridays, Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. Currently, if you are in Canada and looking to get a commission done, I am open for a few slots right now. If you are in the US, I can refer you to several very talented painters. But if we can pull in a few extra commissions, I can make it out to a couple extra cons. So the more armies we can do between now and September, the more we get to. Corruption is the name of the game when it comes to football. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Again, I'm not really a football guy. I like combat sports, and footballers are the biggest pussies in the world. I like sports where you're allowed to headbutt people, and we've all seen how soccer players react to getting headbutt. Although, again, I'm going to throw on a song specifically for this moment. On all of the talk of football, we're going to put on one of my favorite songs. Again, from here's some Dutch punk. His mom's always complaining that nothing can save his soul. He doesn't give a fuck about anything except football, drinking, and rock and roll. He ain't nothing special. He's just like the rest of his mates, fighting for his cause and getting in trouble from time to time. A guest of the state, 'cause his hooligans, whoa, heaven. Hooligans, whoa, heaven. Heaven. Another Saturday afternoon, you gotta hurry to the square. Just a few hours to go. All the lads are already there, walking towards the station. Oh, the boys are ready to go. Soon their train will be coming in. We're gonna have a fucking go. Ten to two, it's gonna go oi. A stab, a cry, another life is lost. 20 years old, another head. 5 minutes later, he's fucking dead, 'cause it's hooligans. Whoa. Heaven. Hooligans, whoa. Heaven. There we go. We got the ivory cloak, looking a bit better on this one. Then we just come through. I see a red door and I want it painted black. Remember, don't shake the Basilicanum Gray. It goes everywhere. So we're going to come through. We're going to put the black wash on the armor. And find a small jar in the kitchen. Go with the pots. Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, there we go. Very quickly, we got that armor looking badass. Do it too much. Just bring that off with the brush. I'll let you try my Wu-Tang style. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring that motherfucking ruckus. And because of some of the colors that are going to be going through my airbrush later on, I actually think that I could probably get away with a cheeky magenta purple wash for the skin and then rely on a bit of overspray. You guys did not know, I actually will just let my overspray do a ton of the work for me. It's okay if you get a bit of like, because we're going to be applying the color so thinly, it's going to be okay if some of it hits the armor. So some of it's also going to catch the top of the head and all that. And so I can actually just cheat and use a bit of overspray and clean it back up afterwards. Work, work. And don't forget to hit all the other details really quickly. And here we go. We're just popping in those last few details. And he's honestly pretty close to being ready to hit the next stage where he's going to go into the airbrushing. And okay, bada bing, bada boom. Got that's looking great. And you know what? I'm actually going to do the horns in that same kind of pinky undertone. It seems like a nice color to work everything from. It's going to give me a like nice kind of demonic contrast to the armor and everything. From the pits of hell, the seas where pirates dwell, the armada sets its course, but shadowed by skull and crossbone force. And there we go. Pretty much the only things we have left, guys, are the chariots after this. I have to do 2 chariots. And now that it's dried again, you guys can see the Gore Beast. It reads as black while not being black. Has some visual interest to it. That's the key. So Freedom, I fear I don't think you've got to catch all of this yet. So I'll show you on the that's not a good one to use. Yeah. There we go. So this is what the finished Chaos Warriors have been looking like. And the whole point is to give them that really rusty, grimy armor with the nice cream white shields, that popping pink, and then the perfect white cloaks. And this creates a really nice contrast where you have clean, like, because I was trying to show that there are different ways you can create contrast, right? Like you can do bright dark, you can do contrasting colors, you can use chromatic shadowing. One of the ones that people don't often think about, though, is placing clean next to dirty. Yeah, that's why we did the this is the one we painted up through most of stream today. And I'm not sure if you get up super duper close, even her eyeballs are done. Like she's good. She's just waiting for the slime to dry so I can apply the crackle paste over top. And then we've been using the exact same process across all of them. So this one's going to need a few moments to dry. Based on the time, because it is almost 3 o'clock, I think we're going to see who is live and raid out. So I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you are new here, again, please consider giving us a follow. Helps out a ton. If you're not new here, I appreciate you tuning in and hanging out and being a part of an awesome stream today. We're going to go see Nemesis because he's been shouting us out and encouraging us today. So let's go see and take you all to go and we'll go see Nemesis. Yeah, AC is just doing his community showcase now, so let's do Nemesis. He's only been up for an hour and a bit. Okay, I'll see everybody for tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you. Hope everybody has an amazing rest of the day. And good night, Mr. Pigments.